Give thanks every time. I'm gonna tell you what's on my mind. Back to the hustle and back to the grind. It's all right, okay, doing something new for today, bringing you value, as I would say, all types of ways, as I would tell you. So going with the flow. Gonna pick it up from where I left off. Making sure the stream is working right. Vibe coding every day, every night. Even though sometimes it's like technology's trying to put up a fight, I know I still win. Lightning and thunder. Any evil works must go under. Karma and God. Just leave it up to time. So what's on my mind. Getting back to the flow. Getting back to the build. Today I'm feeling pretty chill. Rainy day vibe. No, I just put in the work and I strive. So, okay. Alright. Go something new for tonight. Getting right into where I left off I was doing the personal brand dashboard. And I was putting in a feature where I can basically just put in a URL to a video. Most likely it would be a live stream. And it will go and find cuts from that live stream or anything that I really can program it for what to find. And then break that into smaller clips. So I've never built anything like this before. So this is all, something new to me. And if it works, hopefully, we'll see. So I tried it one time and it said that it didn't work. Said the reason being is that same thing, that a few things didn't work before. The way this was wired up originally was so that everything would only work as it was if the original API that I have in for YouTube was connected. But I'm not going to connect that on stream because I don't have to, and really it only is for the analytics. So basically, it sounds like the problem with this is also hooked up like everything else, where it thinks that YouTube needs to be signed in for it to work. So I'm going to give it a prompt to hopefully fix all that. Alright, there we go. Starting out with the first prompt. Today is a new day, new context. Max effort. But yeah, I'm going to set it to the mode. I'm not going to do this one in plan mode, but I'm going to do this one in the mode that skips most of the... accepts the edits on. What I understand, that means I just don't have to click yes for it to proceed as much. Moves it a little bit faster. So basically, this is called the ingestion feature, and the ingestion routes had the same auth tier problem already fixed for the newsletter. They're all requiring YouTube auth to start through OAuth. But ingestion uses Gemini and Claude, not YouTube. So it should not require the YouTube API auth. It should require Gemini and Claude API auth. So it's opening up the analytics, checking what auth middleware is on these 3 routes. If they're using require auth, it's going to swap them with API auth. Making sure require API auth is being passed on to the create ingestion routes factory. Building a factory right now. Building in a factory without having to work in a factory. So then it's going to leave GET, check what is currently used, and report it. I'm going to confirm the fix with a curl to post. It's already done. Fix confirmed, it says. So, gonna report what was changed. And Claude will confirm clean fix. And I found 2 other routes that have the same issue. So I should probably fix it now. The main thing is that the next few steps that I'm building are going to be built basically on top of this ingestion factory. So if this isn't working, it's going to be real difficult to know if the things I'm building on top of it are working. This is like the foundation. A foundation that's on a foundation. It's all about building. It's all about knowing the architecture. The best practices for development. Just keep building and learning and getting better every day, as I would say. Pouring up the water. Fix confirmed. Try this again with the project browser. Let's see. The real reason my AI business project wasn't working. Oh, looks like it's working this time. Okay. It's already started. One minute, 12 seconds. 20% done. All right. Well, I made some progress from last time. Last time it didn't even start. I'm wondering if the model is currently experiencing high demand. Interesting. Well, it started and made it 20% the way through, and then it gave me an error message, so I'm about to copy and paste it for you. The error message is actually good news. It's not a code error. It's not the code, it's the API key. Wait 2 to 3 minutes and try the same URL again. Give me another prompt to add. Give the Claude Code to add automatic retry logic. So future 503 errors, which is what I just got, don't surface as failures. So if that happens again, instead of stopping and giving me that error message, it should wait like 15 seconds. And then try it again and do that at least 3 times. If it happens 3 times, then it'll give me very similar error message, but I can see how this would help, basically. If that same problems happens, you could just wait again and try it again instead of just like quitting the job. So yeah, big up the chat every time, respect. Notice some comments coming through, help for me. So thanks to you. They're talking about this happens again instead of that's always going to happen. It's basically when Gemini has resource exhaustion, you will get that error. It's built in. Ask your coding agent to make sure they have some retry logic within the wrapper function that executes all large language monopolies or monopoles. So yeah, basically, I don't even have to ask. Just working on that right now, from what I understand. It's doing the retry language, but it sounds like you're saying that I should try that retry language. For all LLMs, not just this. So let me see what Christmas time. Let me see what oh, you're good. Speech to text, no problem. Yeah, I can understand most of what you're saying. Model calls. Oh, okay. So yeah, basically make sure that there's a retry language, not just for Gemini, but for I guess the only one I have in there other than Gemini is Anthropic. Saying always exponentially back off anytime you use Gemini right now because their data centers get overloaded. That is good to know. Thank you. I would have not known that. Made that super easy to understand for me. Thank you. Alright, so got helpful advice from the comments. They were telling me that I should try that retry logic for all the large language model calls that I have. And they're also saying that anytime I use Gemini right now and their data centers get overloaded, just always exponentially back off. And to ask the coding agent to look at how the Open Code GitHub repository does this, because they do it the best of any agentic harness out there, and they deal with every provider. So I'm going to post the results from this last prompt you gave me from Claude Code, and let me know about what you think about everything I was just telling you. So it sounds like that's mostly a Gemini problem. Yeah, I've never had that issue with, I guess I do have OpenAI in here too, so I've never had it with OpenAI or Anthropic, just Gemini or Google. So retry logic is solid. Exponential backoff means the weight doubles each try. Oh, okay, which I did not do that first time. Which is the industry standard approach because it reduces load on an already stressed server and gives it more time to recover. Thank you for that, because yeah, that prompt, it did everything you were saying except for the exponential back off. It was just set to do like 15 seconds in between each try. So it's giving me another prompt that I can do exponential, which, you know, after the first try, it'll wait 15 seconds, second 30 seconds, and third will be to wait 1 minute. So yeah, that's interesting that OpenAI has got a lot of people mad at them for buying all the compute power. But now that the spike of users, I'm guessing why that they're having these problems, because there's been such a huge spike of people using this. Sounds like they're the only one that kind of predicted that, right? So that is good to know. And if this doesn't work, then I might just change this feature to the OpenAI API for now until Google can get its act together and get its compute power up. So yeah, we got buffering. Respect to the buffering man or person. So if we can give you a like on this MCP you built, you would love that. Big up, 5-star. The general. Basically, there's a huge silicon shortage, memory shortage, geopolitical problems, etc. I heard something about that too with helium. But I did some research and that was just for the chips. It's hard because the news is always making it seem like AI is going to stop working because of this thing. But then I look into it and it's like, no, they're just like exaggerating to get clicks. So, yeah, it's, I just don't believe anything I see in the news anymore. I just have to do my own research every time, which is like other news sources anyway, so who can you trust other than just like trying things out and seeing how they go? Nowadays flow. So yeah, basically this MCP you built, yes, I'm on Discord and I've got the link in the description. I'll paste, let's see if I got it up. I don't have Discord up right now, otherwise I would paste the link on this chat too. And not sure what a call is on Discord. But yeah, respect to the vibe coders every time. No more than me, helping me through. But yeah, Discord, I made it so people cannot post links because people were posting some links before that had some security issues and I didn't understand. I'm just new to Discord. So, yeah, I would have to just do some research on like the safe way to provide that information on Discord. But I guess what they're saying is like make sure the link has like a Vercel or like an official link to it. And yeah, I guess if you want to do, I guess the minimum, you could just like send me a message on Discord. Let me know like you know your name on Discord and what your MCP server is, and then I'll just look into like the most secure way to access it. and check it out. Because yeah, definitely trying to learn every tool that I can, trying to get better and implement something new every day. But yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I wonder when it got like that, because I was never having those issues before. But I mean, I've been seeing it. I was saying as soon as I got into this, like, I think this is gonna be big. I think this is gonna, all this like vibe coding, I think people are gonna be like jumping into this sooner than later, and it's good to be getting in from the start. Bet you by a year or two from now, this is gonna just exponentially be so much bigger and better. So awesome. Gonna join the voice channel, and then can help out on some of this stuff. Open source MCP. It's only useful if you use Cloudflare tools often enough. I feel like I've used like one Cloudflare tool. I know I got some URLs through Cloudflare, so I am familiar with it, and I do have an account. But not sure how that voice thing works on Discord, so I'm gonna check that out real quick. I'm streaming right now. Just got some help from someone in the comments, and they were letting me know that they have a MCP that they want me to check out on Discord. I'm just trying to make sure I do everything secure, especially since I'm streaming. So they're saying that like I could deploy Cloudflare and it would be easier, but they're talking about that I could go on Discord and do a call, and then they could help me out with the vibe coding. So yeah, my name is Nate, and let me know what you think. I was just talking to Gemini real quick. And yeah, I am new to Discord. I've been learning a lot through it. But yeah, definitely been learning a ton, mainly through security. Yeah, there's a lot of good things to live streaming this, to where, you know, I get a lot of helpful people giving me advice, but you know, it's the internet, so some vultures out there are always going to be trying to like swoop in and like take advantage of a situation, and I've learned a ton from them. So security is key, and thanks to Ja that my intuition is great, and I can always sense things. That has saved me more times than I can count. So every time they've tried, kind of like felt a little bit of intuition telling me to be careful. But you know, I always give everybody the benefit of the doubt, always showing everybody respect, no matter what. And I understand that's how the world works. You know, people are always going to try a thing. I just always got to be on my toes and ready to learn from it. So yeah, respect every time. And just you saying give you a star on the GitHub, I don't have to use it. Okay, yeah, I didn't even know what stars mean on the GitHub. Developer 15 years and bought Code 2. So yeah, I will, I don't have Discord up right now, but I will take a note right now to check that out when I'm done with the stream. Discord star on GitHub. Oh yeah. Let's see. See, I'm new to vibe coding. I don't even know what you mean by asking to use it, but I hear what you're saying. Post the GitHub link to Claude or to Gemini. Ask if it's an insecure MCP. All right, let's see what Gemini thinks about that real quick. So the person in the comments is saying that basically they just wanted me to give them a star on GitHub and that I don't have to use it. They're gonna DM me on Discord and they're mentioning that I should post the GitHub link to Claude or to Gemini and ask if it's, I think they meant Claude, or to Gemini and ask if it's an insecure MCP. Oh, they're talking about their MCP. They're saying it's open source. Oh, I see what they're saying now. Yeah, just took me a second because I'm new to this, but yeah, let me know what you think. I'm just trying to be secure about this, learn as I go, stay in the flow, increase what I know. So we got the last prompt results. I just want to keep moving with the build, so I will check that stuff out later. And I'll definitely go and check out that, should be, yeah, it looks like for security, it's no problem with giving you that star. So yeah, respect, you helped me, so I'll help you with that star for sure, after the stream. Just want to keep building for right now. Oh yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Thank you for helping me. You already did help me, for sure. So like, you helped me understand a lot already. Oh yeah, it's up to you. I'm not gonna get on a call on the stream. Um, I want to keep building. I gotta look into that more research before I actually do it. But yeah, whatever you want to do, respect either way. Thank you for what you had to say with the help, and whatever you want to do, that's up to you. But yeah, for right now, I got to do more research on security for getting on a call on a stream. Just gonna do a quick commit before I test it. Committed. All right, here we go. Another test. the real reason my AI business project was not working. Let's go straight to 20%, and we'll see if this fix worked. Yeah, it's already retrying, so already hit that same issue, but at least now it's retrying attempt 204. And yeah, I don't know. This is gonna be interesting because you know, I'm just testing this with like a 5-minute video, where my plan is to put like 5-hour videos on here. But at least I'll try it, and then I'll just like work with it to get it. I might have to like chop the videos that are like 5 hours long into hour chunks or something. So we got, yeah, attempt 3 or 4. Gemini is busy. Alright, so just gonna talk right now to Claude about how to fix this, if it probably does what I think it's gonna do. Alright, so we're on attempt 3 or 4. It's telling me Gemini is busy. So basically, you know, what I'm wondering is if this doesn't work with Gemini, it sounds like, from what I understand, Gemini is busy a lot. What would you recommend? Just try like a different API? The person in the comments was saying that OpenAI is the best for not being busy and not hitting these problems. Let me know what you think. Saying probably right now is peak hours, so it's like the worst time to try this. OpenAI doesn't have direct YouTube URL analysis like Gemini does. So I'd need to like download the audio first, then send it to Whisper for transcription, then send the transcript to GPT-4 for moment identification. More steps, much more reliable uptime. Try Gemini first. If the 503s after all retries automatically fall back to the Whisper GPT-4 path, best of both worlds. I could wire it so it does Gemini, and if Gemini doesn't work, then it just goes to OpenAI. Says Gemini is currently experiencing high demand. Retry again in a few minutes. Same error as before. But I'm live streaming. I want to keep building. So do you think I can just keep building and come back to this later? Absolutely. Keep building. Awesome. I was using the Gemini OpenAI API. So yeah, respect every time, Jake. Could try OpenRouter. Let me see what it thinks about OpenRouter. OpenRouter has tons of models, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Gemini, so I wouldn't be locked in. That's good to hear. And I already have all those those models wired into this project anyway. So at least those three. Maybe there's more in OpenRouter. And Claude was telling me that for what I was trying to do, that Gemini is the only one that would actually be able to do it. The other ones I'd have to do like a more complex setup, and it would take more steps for me to. But it's saying like if this keeps not working, that I should wire in like a different approach as like a backup. So I'm just gonna keep building, and then I'll go back to check this later, and I'll just go from there. Just want to keep building, not letting this let this stop me from the build. If it were a month ago, I probably would have, and I wouldn't have known it's best to just keep building and come back and fix these kind of things later. No new APIs needed, no authentication required, build fast, looks impressive, and is immediately useful as the command center. Yes, I would like you to write the prompt for this now. Okay, this is going to be a plan mode for sure. I just got a comment on the chat, and someone was talking about I should try OpenRouter. They have tons of models, and I wouldn't be locked in. Let me know what you think, considering I already have Gemini, Claude, and OpenAI already hooked up in this project. One API key, one endpoint, swap models by changing a string. Main appeal is model flexibility and automatic fallback routing when one provider is down. Gemini 503 problem I just did is exactly the problem OpenRouter solves. Could use Gemini, but then if it's overloaded, tell it to fall back to GPT automatically. Case against adding it right now. I already have 3 providers wired directly with retry logic built specifically for each one. Adding OpenRouter now means a 4th integration on top of what's already working. Also adds a middleman between you and the API, slightly higher latency, slightly higher cost. OpenRouter takes a small markup. One more potential point of failure. So Claude's saying don't add it now, finish building the core system first. If the Gemini reliability problem keeps being painful after a few more sessions, swap the Gemini calls in ingestion pipeline to go through OpenRouter. Maybe 30 minutes of work. Retry utility I just built already handles most of what OpenRouter offers for my use case. So yeah, the viewer isn't wrong. Respect every time. Thanks for the advice. Definitely learned a lot, and I can use this as a backup. OpenRouter is good. Timing is just off. Build first, optimize the provider layer later when I have real data on which models are actually failing. So yeah, awesome. Learning a ton today already. Good to be here. Thanks to everyone in the chat for being helpful, teaching me knowledge that I couldn't learn in a college because this stuff's too new. And it's definitely what I want to do. Let's keep getting better at this. building, making progress. So yeah, Claude's about to launch the plan. So yeah, back to doing some more research on what I was doing. Oh yeah, connect with Nate. The links are missing. Yeah, sorry about that. Still getting those set up, but that's all part of what I'm working on right now. So by the end of the week, when I get this dashboard done, I will be getting the links all set up for that. Super easy to do. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. Definitely gonna get that fixed. Definitely got to get that fixed. Yeah, I just set up those accounts a while ago, so I gotta go through and make sure that they're still good. I think one of them wasn't working because I had to didn't use it in a long time or something like that. So it was working, but it stopped. So I just have to get it reset up. But yeah, definitely making good progress on this build. Made a lot of progress yesterday. I feel like for the progress I'm making, I can definitely get it done by the end of the week. Get all those links up and ready. Just a work in progress. Somebody in the chat was telling me I should check out Dr. Vibe and Quad. Do you know who these are? Sounds like they're some kind of like content creators, possibly for vibe coding. Can you give me like a summary of who they are and what they do? Plan is approved. Forgot to read the plan before they approved it, so I'm going to speed read. Yeah, if you guys want to know a skill, speed reading. It's helped me a lot with vibe coding. So mock data. Everything looks good. So it's starting to build. I approved the plan. I read through it. It looked good, but I forgot to give it to you. So that's what I'm about to do. Let me know what you think. Sequential smoke. Restart the server. Hard refresh dashboard. It's good. Working on the plan. Plan is excellent. One of the most thorough planning outputs I've gotten today. I think that's the only planning output that I've gotten today, Claude. But either way, okay. The revenue tracker clicking to edit is going to be the most satisfying thing to show on live stream. Interesting. Okay. Someone is done. Should have something interesting. So Dr. Vibe is a award-winning podcaster and producer. Often cited in vibe circles because he pioneered the idea of intelligent conversation as a tool for progress. In the world of vibe coding, being a great communicator is more important than knowing where to put a semicolon. So knowing how to communicate basically is more important than knowing how to code, I think is what they're saying. Focuses on peeling back layers of complex topics to reveal the truth. Oh, I definitely gotta check out this guy then. All about breaking through the illusion to find the truth. Seek and you will find. Shining a light on the darkness. Vibe coding is essentially just having a high-level, thoughtful interview with an AI to get it to build what you want. Yeah, I would pretty much agree with that. Claude is considered the agentic creator. Talks about parallel agent chains. So yeah, I gotta definitely learn from this guy because this is where I'm trying to get to. Instead of having one AI doing everything, which is how I started, and I'm slowly adding more. Claude's vibe is about having 4 distinct agents running at once. He breaks it down like having an architect that plans the folder structure, a builder that writes the code, a tester that tries to break the code, and an auditor that checks for security vulnerabilities. That's awesome. Yeah, I definitely got to check that out. Dr. Vibe to learn how to prompt better. Claude to learn the technical setup of how to run multiple AI workers without your computer turning into a chaotic mess. So before I go and look at Claude, I'm on the live stream right now. I'm just trying to do some research. Can you give me like the basics of that creator's technical setup and how they run multiple workers? I guess I don't know how much you know about like my setup. I'm basically doing building with Claude Code and then doing audits with Codex. And I use Codex for like a few other things here and there, but let me know. Awesome. So can come back to that. I just got done with this this build. The Nightbot is mad at one of my chatters, and I don't know if you did anything wrong, but sorry if you didn't. Uh, Saying stop spamming caps. Oh yeah, I don't think he was spamming. I gotta check that out. I think he was just copying and pasting apart from the. Yeah, I just set up that Nightbot. Sorry about that. Doesn't look like you were spamming anything to me. I don't know why the Nightbot is seeing that, but I think I understand. So I can probably get that fixed. It really does not bother me if people type in caps. All right, going to test it. Whoa. There we go. Yeah, sometimes I just forget to refresh it, but that's cool. Wow, this is definitely like... Definitely something. And this is just mock data. I have not made any money yet towards the million. But yeah, this will, this is awesome. Help keep everything up to date. So, should be able to click this. Turn it to an edible input. Yep, I'm at 0. There we go. Hard refresh, so the new number's still there. Yes, it is. Do all 9 platform cards show with green week-over-week deltas? Yep. Click any follower account and edit it. So I don't need to do that now because when I get the APIs in, it'll do it automatically. Just checking to make sure if it works. Is Substack highlighted in gold as the highest? It was until I changed it to 0. Yeah. Bless me. Bless I. Okay, so click through every other tab. Nothing should be broken. Yeah, everything is good. This week's best performers. Oh, this is awesome. That is awesome. Seeing everything in one place. Just this alone would save me, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes a day just to go through all these and check these out. Having it all in one place is just part of everything. And this whole thing is just going to save me so much time every week. And I'm still manually checking it to make sure everything is good. So it's not going to be AI slop. Because I run AI. AI doesn't run I. What do I see when I pull it up? I saw it. Everything was good. Yeah, everything looks good. I changed some numbers and I tried every card to make sure that it would allow me to change the numbers, and it did, showing everything that you said to show. So all the checks worked on this one. This is awesome. I'm really glad I built something like this. What do you recommend as the next step? Gotta take a note on that bot telling people not to use caps because I really don't care about that. People want to use all caps, it does not bother me. Do a quick commit. We're committed. So next step, it's a tab for scheduling on YouTube. Everything upstream I've built today feeds into it. First, it'll show a list of all approved YouTube items from the queue ready to publish. Let me review the title, description, tags, and thumbnail before publishing. Hit publish and have it upload directly to YouTube via the API I already have authenticated. No new API. No new dependencies. All auth already done. Highest leverage next build because it closes the loop from stream to publish video. That's awesome. Yes, I want that. Please write the prompt. It's also got an A/B tester. That's awesome. I think that's what it's saying. Okay, this one's definitely going to be another plan mode. I was thinking this was just like going to create a button, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot going on in the back end. Go to plan mode in Claude Code. The tip of the berg. Tip of the iceberg. So much more beneath the surface. I never would have thought. Building something right now that only a year ago I couldn't have even have bought. And this system that I'm building, I'm sure people have built similar ones, but the more I use it, the more I'm going to dial it in and make it customized to what I'm doing. Something like that cannot be bought. It must be taught. Sold, not told. I love this vibe coding. It never gets old. Even though people told me to stop, I would never fold. Okay. Back to some more research. So I was talking about that setup to where this quad person explains their setup that they use with agent teams. In February, Anthropic released agent teams for Claude Code. Instead of having to manually switch between Claude and Codex, this setup allows you to spawn multiple versions of Claude that talk to each other. Yeah, I remember I believe I hooked that up a few hours after they made the update. So I would initialize a project, tell Claude to assemble a team. It would spawn 4 specialized roles in the terminal. The architect for the vibe, the developer to write the code, the tester runs the code and tries to break it. The auditor scans for security and accidental deletions. So it's parallel versus sequential. My current setup is sequential. I build with Claude, then I ask Codex to do an audit. It's like a 1-2 punch. It's safe and precise, but it takes more of your time because you are the manager. The quad setup parallel. All 4 agents work at the same time. The developer writes the code while the tester is already writing the test for it. The auditor watches the developer's keystrokes in real time to make sure they don't leak an API key. Should I switch right now? Since I'm building a personal brand system with video processing, the quad setup has one massive advantage: speed of debugging. In the current setup, if the script fails, I have to read the error, ask Claude to fix it, then ask Codex why it broke. In the quad setup, the tester agent sees the error, immediately tells the developer agent exactly what line to fix, and then tries again, all while I'm talking to the chat. How to try it. If I'm already in Claude Code, I can usually trigger a version of this by saying, I want to work with a team of agents, spawn an architect to plan this video clipper, and a developer to implement it. Let them coordinate on the task list. The quad setup is exciting because it looks amazing on a stream. You see multiple terminal panels moving at once, but be careful. The runaway risk. Having 4 agents means 4 times the chance of someone running a command you didn't approve. Token cost, I have Claude Max, which is great, but running 4 agents simultaneously will eat through the usage limits 4 times faster. So there's pros and cons. I'm doing exactly what I need to do for the 80% build. Keep your Claude plus Codex set up for the core engine where I need to be in total control. Once I get to the repetitive stuff like making 5 different social media connectors, that is when I should try the quad agent team. Awesome, yeah, I definitely want to try that. Feel like, it takes up 4 times more data tokens, but I think it'll be worth it even just to try it. Alright, so we're done with this. See, I didn't do the build yet. It was just asking me about some things it found. And I told it everything is good. Build it exactly as it proposed with one addition. Awesome. I will implement this stuff. Probably come back and ask you more about it when I get to the right spot in the build. Right now, I just noticed, like, I just set up this Nightbot on my YouTube chat, and somebody was trying to be helpful, and they copied and pasted a description, part of my YouTube description that says connect with Nate. That is in all caps, and they're letting me know the links are missing, which is very helpful. And then the Nightbot came and asked them if they were done and they need to stop spamming caps, and it was a warning. So I think in that case it was like too strict. What do you think? Is there a way to like work with the Nightbot so it's not being so strict about that stuff? Alright, now I should have big up the cap limit to 25 so it doesn't spam people so easily, or mark that as spam so easily. So yeah, that's better, I think. Won't know if it works until I actually try it again, but not a big deal. Someone from the chat had told me that Perplexity has a free year offer right now. Do you know anything about that? So if you have a .edu email address, if you're a student, you can get a free year of Perplexity Pro for free. If you use Xfinity for internet, they frequently offer a 1 year of Perplexity Pro code in the rewards app. Samsung Galaxy often find a 1 year reward. Logitech, Motorola, 3 to 6 month code. If you happen to have a .gov or .mil email, if you're a government employee, Perplexity has a standing offer for a free year of Pro. PayPal and Venmo sometimes feature Perplexity in their subscription hub or offers section. Can Anthropic look at your session transcript to help us improve Claude? Sure. Time to test it. Yeah, empty state since no YouTube items are scheduled yet. Go to schedule. Approve queue. Find any item that has YouTube as the platform and approve it. Come back to distribute. Hit refresh queue. Approve items in the approval queue first. I thought it did, so just double check. Schedule. Approval queue. Yeah, it's approved. Okay, so it looks like step 2 is where the problem is. So I went to schedule and I hit approve on a YouTube item. I went back to distribute. I hit refresh queue, and I got a message saying no YouTube content ready to publish. Approve items in the approval queue first. Then there's a button to open approval queue. But I went and double check that I approved it, and I did, and it's still giving me this message. Okay, so I'm just going to give Claude a prompt not to build anything or change anything, but just to see what is the issue here. So yeah, that's cool for Perplexity. So you're saying that's for Perplexity Pro. I've used Perplexity. I'm not sure which version, but I guess the one I used is just like a simple browser. From what I understand, they also have like an agent, and they have like a mode where you can like, you know, click buttons on the browser and like navigate through pages and stuff like that. Can you explain what is all in the different like levels, I guess, of Perplexity? Yeah, the main reason I use Perplexity, these LLMs like Google and Claude, from what I understand, they have a snapshot of the internet from a previous date. So when I'm trying to navigate through websites, a lot of times what happens is the websites have changed their UI. And these LLMs don't know, so they'll send me to the wrong direction. But Perplexity is like a current look at the internet, so when I go into Perplexity to help me navigate through websites to figure stuff out, it's much easier. So the search feature on Perplexity is free, unlimited basic research. The Pro, $20 a month, has unlimited Pro search, deep reasoning. Max is the same, $200 a month. Standard Perplexity model is free. $20 a month, choice of Claude, GPT, or Gemini. So it looks like they work with those, but they just have the, if I had to guess, they use that for the LLM, but they have their own like browser feature. Deep research is limited to 5 a day for free, 20 a day for the Pro, and unlimited for the $200 a month. The agent has a basic AI chat, Perplexity Computer for Pro is the browser agent. Okay. And that's what I hooked up, but I wasn't able to get to work. That must be why, because I didn't have the subscription yet. And then the Comet browser for $200 a month has unlimited labs. So back to this build. Got the results. Okay, asking me to check it again, so I guess it did some fixes. Prove YouTube. There we go. Working. Gives me 2 title variants. I thought it was split testing, but maybe it's just give me 2 options. Tags. Okay, and then it won't automatically publish it. It just like creates it in the metadata in YouTube. Then I just need to go on there manually and click publish. Awesome. So add a tag. Seems like they're already add. Type a tag. Press enter or comma to add. Oh, okay. Abundance. Here we go. Abundance flow. Oh, I can even schedule too. That's awesome. Publish failed. I think it's because I'm not connected, but I didn't want to send it anyway because that's just mock data. Everything with the test went well. The only thing that didn't work was when I hit publish to YouTube, it says publish failed, unauthorized session expired or missing. I'm guessing that's because I'm not connected to YouTube right now, but that's fine because I don't want to send it there anyway because that was just mock data. Also, the A/B testing, I don't really understand. Is that just giving me the option to look between to choose between two different titles, or is that actually like something for split testing that I've never tried split testing for YouTube before? Does it actually like put out the video with like two different variations and it shows one title to like some people and another title to other people? A/B testing on YouTube doesn't work the way most people think. Just two title options generated by Claude. Just a choice. Okay. No actual split test happening. I want to do a commit and then keep building. Yeah, like that suggestion they had to change that little part on YouTube. That's something I would just do later. It's better to keep building in my experience. TikTok distribute tab. Next. Sounds good to me. I would like to build all those things, but yeah, I think it's a good idea to start with TikTok. Try plan mode. Not really sure that this needs plan mode, but when in doubt, I usually just go plan mode because notice there's less errors, does more thinking, usually less bugs in plan mode. Might take a little bit more time, but I think it's worth it when I'm in doubt. If it's just like one simple thing, then it's like I don't even think about using plan mode, but this is bigger. And I noticed that sometimes with Claude, they will give me prompts, mostly in the form of code that's like already written. And then Claude just applies it to the right place. I'm not sure why it does that sometimes and why it's giving me like, you know, detailed text prompts like it's doing now, but I haven't really noticed a difference in the quality of the code or in what's being built, whether it's giving me code for prompts or just text for prompts. So okay, trying to understand perplexity better. So the perplexity computer is an agentic system that doesn't just read the web, it drives it. So how it works, instead of clicking through 10 pages to find a price on something, I could just tell the agent, go to these 5 competitors' sites, find their pricing for brand kits, and put it in a table. And I mean, LLMs could do that, it just wouldn't guarantee that it's the current price. I think Perplexity would be more likely to do that. Unless it sounds like if it's like a multi-step form, then it can like click buttons to get to the right spot. Pro is what you get for free. So yeah, that's a good part of Pro. That's only $20 a month. So the browser, the Comet. Recommending that I check out pages. Alright, I'm gonna get this plan. Looks like Claude just wrote the plan. I'm gonna give the plan to Claude LLM. Make sure everything is everything. I just pasted the plan. I have not approved it yet. Just let me know if I should approve it, if it looks good. Looks good to me, but we will see. Plan is excellent. Approve it. Awesome. So it sounds like a lot of people use Perplexity Pro as a research department while using Claude Code as an engineering department. There's a model console feature in Pro. It runs your question through Claude, GPT, and Gemini at the same time and tells you where they disagree. That's cool, because I was doing that manually. I need to take a note about that. I want to know about Iconify. I guess this is for icons. Can you explain this to me? Give me a summary. Iconify is exactly what I want to use for a dashboard. It's basically the universal remote for icons. What is up in the chat? Big up yourself. Respect every time. Welcome to the stream. So right now I'm building the personal brand dashboard. Handle personal brand posting for social media, email, new feature, or I don't know, new platform I have not tried yet, Substack. Manage the whole thing in one place. Also do scheduling, build images, thumbnails, carousels, all kinds of things. There's still more to be built. Working on the X or Twitter function right now. And just doing some research on Iconify. So in the past, like if I wanted a home icon from Google and a Twitter icon from Font Awesome, I had to download 2 massive files. It would make the website heavy and slow. Iconify fixes this by putting over 200,000 icons from almost every popular set into one giant searchable library. It doesn't download the whole library, it just grabs the one specific icon I need exactly when I need it, keeping the dashboard snappy. One syntax to rule them all. You don't have to learn different code for different sets, it's always the same format. SVG. Perfection. Every icon is a vector, meaning you can make them as big as you want without them getting pixelated or blurry on your stream. How do I use it with Claude? I can just tell Claude, use Iconify for all the icons in my sidebar. Like I want a video icon for the Lucid set and a marketing icon for the material design set. Claude will know exactly how to pull them in. You just need to add one small script tag to your project or install the package if you're using React Next.js, which is what I'm using. At least I think that's what I'm using. So think of Iconify as a search engine for icons. You can just call the icon by the name in the code. If I'm building a personal brand system, I can use Lucid set with Iconify as the current vibe in 2026. Very clean, thin lines, and professional. It's good to know. Alright, so done with this build. Going to test it. Approve the TikTok. TikTok. It's already there. Review and post. I feel like I should have something that I can use to like tell Claude to change certain things instead of manually changing them, but I can add that later, and I would probably want to add that to each one of these, and I can just do it in one prompt, I'm guessing. Paste hello into the tag input and hit enter. There we go, that works. Copy full caption. Copied. Paste it somewhere. Yeah, it's pasting fine. Awesome. Prepare TikTok draft. Success. I'm building momentum. Okay, so just to verify, basically like everything worked, and at the last step, it's giving me an option to like open TikTok Creator Studio. So from what I understand, it should have sent this to TikTok Creator Studio, and then I just need to go in the studio, and then I would like click to post it, and then I would also click like, you know, when I would want to schedule it, if that's a thing. And I would have to do that part manually on TikTok. Am I correct on this? Is there anything else you might want to add? So yeah, I did what I thought. Does more than what I thought. Awesome. Yeah, I'm ready to commit and move to Instagram. Do you think I should do an audit? So don't do the audit yet. Definitely commit though. That makes sense not to do an audit now until I have all these features, similar features built. And then it can just like audit them all, searching for similar things. Otherwise, those audits would be redundant. I would have to keep doing them. I can just do one audit. I'm seeing better on when to do audits on projects. Before I was like just doing it after every kind of like 3 features I would build, but now getting a better idea of like what features are linked together and what features it makes more sense to finish before an audit. Give me a prompt for Instagram. Do another plan mode. Time to stand up, get my energy up. Give thanks. Yes. Give thanks for health and strength. John going to do a test. Check the character counter changes its math when you switch modes. Don't see how to do that. Oh, maybe at the top? Oh, yep, it does. Okay. I see that up here for the caption. Changes the count. First comment mode. 2 copy blocks. And caption C1. Everything seems to be working the way you say. The only thing I see is there's not a 5-tweet thread that it's showing. It's just showing like very simple, like a post with just a few lines. Like under the caption, it shows the simple post, and then under live preview, it shows a simple post with the hashtags. And there's definitely like a limit for characters. So, I mean, right now with this simple post, the limit is 1905 out of 2200. So if it was longer, it would be too long. So I'm not sure, you know, I use, I guess this would be Instagram. I haven't used Instagram in a while, so if everything is good, let me know and we can go on to commit. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Respect every time, Tofu. Pick up yourself. Definitely having a winning day, winning session today. Moving through, knowing what to do. Not running into any real big obstacles. I guess I kind of did at the start of the stream, but it was nothing that stopped the build. Taught me a lot of good lessons. Apparently, using the Gemini API for something that was unique to that feature, it hit a limit. Apparently, Gemini doesn't have enough compute power, and it's from what I have learned, it's been pretty frequent, especially certain times of the day, high usage times, like earlier when I was trying it. So other than that, yeah, hope you're winning too. And always good to see you. Always good chatting. The one with the knowledge of the DAO. Talking about yielding. I was doing that today. People slamming their brakes in front of me. I was like, I'm just gonna yield. And even try to go around them because there's people in my blind spot I would have hit if I tried to go around them. So yielding is the way. The way of the day. Okay, so I'm gonna post this commit. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Go ahead and like up the like button. Gets the information in the station out to more people. Get the vibe coding knowledge up so we're all equal. Go ahead. Subscribe if you haven't already. Coming through with new information steadily. So always must be creating something new. That's just what I do. And you know you can comment up the comments, chat up the chat. A bit chaotic watching the kids. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Definitely definitely can be chaotic around the kids. It's good to have peace. Peace after something like that. Alright, so we got a new prompt for the Twitter. That already did that. Nope, I did YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, then LinkedIn, then Substack. Okay. I guess, yeah. So Twitter is next. Awesome. Back to the chat. Whoa, thunder and lightning. Just hope it doesn't. One time I lost a computer to like a really gnarly lightning storm. And it was just like super static in the air. And I just touched the power button. And I felt a spark. It kind of knocked me back a little bit. And then Computer stopped working. I was building computers at the time. I haven't done it in a while, but I tested the power supply. Power supply was fried. Motherboard was fried. Couldn't fix it. That computer was toast. But anyways, what do I think about the local agents? You really have an aversion towards becoming locked to a subscription and dependent on a large corporation, but a local agent feels more appealing. I guess I think I know what you mean by local agent, but gotta double check real quick. So someone from the comments is asking me, what do I think about local agents? I guess they mean in regards to becoming locked into a subscription and dependent on a large corporation. They think a local agent feels more appealing. I'm not sure if I really understand what they mean by local agent. Can you explain that to me? Philosophical debate in tech right now. Corporate cloud versus personal sovereignty. So I know what the word means, but I don't even know how to pronounce it. Sovereignty. A local agent is an AI that lives entirely on your own hardware instead of on Google's Anthropic servers. Oh, okay. So what is a local agent? Running Olama locally and using something like Quen. That's okay. What Gemini is saying is a local agent. When you talk to Claude or Gemini, your words travel over the internet to a massive data center. A local agent uses a local inference. This means the brain of the AI is running on your computer's RAM and GPU. The models, instead of Claude, use open source like Llama or Gemma. Oh, so Gemma's... Okay, yeah, I'd heard about Gemma, and I know Llama. I'd use software like Olama or LM Studio to run them. That's what I was thinking. This would be like OpenClaw. Self-hosted version of an AI agent that can read your files, run code, and even manage your emails all without a subscription. Mainly lock-in and privacy are the two main points to this discussion. Here's why people are moving local. 0 subscription fees. Once you buy the hardware like Mac Studio or high-end PC, you don't pay $20 a month forever. Your token cost is just your electricity bill. So then I guess I wouldn't understand why would people be running their OpenClaw off of Claude's data if they don't have to. Total privacy. If you're building a personal brand system with private data, a local agent ensures the data never leaves your house. No corporation is learning from your unique marketing strategy. That's good. Local models don't have the safety guardrails that sometimes make cloud AIs refuse to do certain tasks. You're the only person who decides what the AI can or cannot do. If your internet goes down, your brand system keeps running. While local agent sounds cool, there's a reason I'm currently using Claude, the IQ gap. Claude and Gemini for brain power, which is the main power. They are the smartest models on Earth. For local, like Olama and OpenClaw, they're getting close, but they're still like high school level versus a PhD level, which would be Claude. So that right there, yeah, I would rather have the smartest models on Earth. You know, if those can catch up and be the same as Gemini and Claude, then yeah, and it requires some beefy hardware. Could be an investment. So yeah, like running the cost, would the cost of the hardware over time be cheaper? Like say like a year of, you know, running the paying for the subscription versus like the hardware costs. I guess really the hardware cost should last more than a year though, so I would want to do that math. And then you literally have no token limits. Yeah, that's major. Although I have not hit my limits yet for max plan. So you're saying they're very close at the moment. It must be in regards to brain power. Setup. You just open a tab and start it for like Claude, what I'm doing. For local, you need to be a mini IT person to maintain it. Speed, fast for Claude. For local, it depends on your PC. It can be slow if you don't have a 4090 GPU, which must be what you mean in regards to beefy hardware. So you'd want to get an upgrade to have it run faster. Maintenance. Claude handles the bugs itself. With local, you have to update, patch, and secure it yourself. Gemini is recommending like finish all my building, and then like once I'm actually running all these systems, then it would make more sense, they're saying. Then like it would be better. Like hopefully the brain power would catch up. But the main thing would be move it to a local machine to save on API costs, keep everything private. There's a middle ground hybrid. Tools like Cursor and Aider that let you use Claude's brain for the hard stuff, but they store all your files locally. The best of both worlds. So once the engine is built, maybe then look into migrating it to a local Llama setup to get off the subscription. Does that, let's see. According to the benchmarks, they're very close because the harness is the thing that is doing a ton of heavy lifting. More so than the model itself. AI company recommends to buy AI company AI. Exactly. Yeah, so like asking Google, they're gonna be like, no, pay for Google, So that makes sense. But I guess the way I understood it before was mostly through like, an OpenClaw system. And so I don't understand. Like if I did OpenClaw, like OpenClaw can create stuff. Like I could still do like vibe coding with OpenClaw and I could create systems. But from what I understand, OpenClaw would be using an agent like Claude to build stuff, if I'm right. If not, I should ask Gemini about that. So like for vibe coding, like I'm using Claude. If I were using like a Llama or OpenClaw and I wanted to vibe code and build stuff, do they go through like a Claude or a Gemini, or are they able to actually like vibe code and create their own projects without having to use like Claude or Gemini or OpenAI? Definitely a good discussion. Felt like I understood this, but there's still a lot more that I didn't understand about it. Right now I'm using Claude Code to talk to Claude. So yes, I could skip that. I'd have to understand 3 different vibes of how it works. You have to bring your own brain tools like Klein or Aider. Extension for VS Code. Aider is a terminal tool, model agnostic. These tools don't have a built-in brain. They're like a car without an engine. Okay. And then the brain would be through like the OpenClaw or something similar. So it could still code without using the subscription and everything. Plug in an API key. Can even switch them mid-project. If Claude gets too expensive or hallucinates too much, you just flip a switch and use the GPT-5 or Llama 4 instead. Not locked into one company. Alright, so this is done. Go back to that discussion in a minute. So yeah, you wouldn't use OpenClaw. Yeah, I heard a lot of bad things about OpenClaw. Um, so yeah, I was not planning on using OpenClaw. Definitely. You're not saying it's strictly better. You're just hesitant dumping your app data into a large company because they literally train off your code. Someone can one-shot your app after you make it in theory. Yeah, I see that. And by someone, I'm guessing you mean someone in the company, because from what I understand, they're not sharing it with like the general public. But like if someone in the company sees it and they think like this is awesome, I should build it, they could do it. Just like kind of like Amazon. Anybody can go and like create their own products to sell on Amazon. But if it sells really well, Amazon usually just sees that and then creates their own version that they can make for cheaper and then like undercuts the person. So that's why I would never sell things on Amazon like that. But yeah, I hear what you're saying totally. And there's a lot more I want to learn about it before I could like make up my mind. But it sounds like as I get better at understanding this stuff better, if I could do the same thing I'm doing with Claude and it was free and the security was, you know, the same, I'd probably just have to know security better, then why not? Like, why wouldn't I? I mean, it totally would make sense to do something like that. I feel like I just don't feel like I'm at that level yet. But if they start using RLHF, then even just a random person could just start one-shotting it. That's good to know. So yeah, I still have a lot more things I want to build. I mean, I'll just keep building and keep learning, and then if like, I'll definitely once I'm done, once I start doing the next prompt and I got a little bit more spare time, I'm gonna do more research on like pros and cons to doing each way. But that sounds like the future for me, honestly. Like, cause I think that'll just get better. And yeah, if I don't have to pay for a subscription and then my data is staying just on my computer or like in a cloud or GitHub or something like that, that would make way more sense, I think. But it sounds like it's just not. It's not at the same level as Claude, and my level of understanding is not good enough that I would want to trust myself using something like that, I think. You've played with the local models. You just don't have the dedicated hardware for it. That's more of what you're debating about. And I think what you're saying is like, is it worth it to upgrade and get the hardware required for it versus paying a subscription? And then there's also, like you said, you know, your data is going to the platform. So let's see, going to do the test for the new feature. Okay, that's there. Click review and post. 5 connected tweet cards. Yes, I do. Left edge thread line running between them. Yeah, believe so. Type past 280 in any tweet. Does it kind of go red with over limit? Yes, it does. Type between 250, 280. Does it go gold? Yes, it did. Hit X on the middle tweet. Does the thread renumber cleanly? Yes, it does. Copy the full thread. Paste somewhere, confirm they're separated. Yes, they are. Does each tweet have its own individual copy button? Does not look like it. And do a screenshot. Everything you said looks good. The only thing I don't see is each tweet having its own individual copy button. I gave you a screenshot of what I could see on the browser, showing at least 2 tweets. Let me know what you think, because I do not see it. Okay, they're only supposed to appear on the success state after you hit post thread to X. Hit post thread to X, nothing happens. When I hit post thread to X button, nothing happens. Like it shows like when I scroll over it, it's highlighting, but then I clicked it a few times and nothing happens. When I click post thread to X button, nothing happens. When I hover over it with the cursor, it kind of highlights, but I clicked it a few times and nothing happens. What is going on? Dictation's not working. Come on. Testing 1 3. That worked there. When I click post thread to X, nothing happens. I clicked it a few times. It is not doing anything. There we go. That's a bug. Gonna have it look in to find the bug, report the changes. Back to the chat. So you think it's quite easy, and you think I'm already past the level to where I could be using it and understanding it. That's cool. You played around with local models. You just don't have the dedicated hardware. It's really easy to set up. I could totally do it. It's just about the money. See, I'll look into that more. Let's see. Like Llama, total independence, no subscriptions, no internet required, no corporate eyes on the code. Could just download a model like Llama 4 or DeepSeek directly to the hard drive, point the coding tool like Klein or Cursor, to localhost instead of Anthropic. It's the most private way to vibe code, but it requires a beefy computer, high VRAM. If your computer is not powerful enough, the AI will be slow and forgetful. And I just bought a new desktop. And it's an Alienware, so it's like custom, and I can't just add stuff like that to it. Got the deal on the Alienware, so I took advantage of it, but yeah, I used to build PCs like maybe 10 years ago, but I stopped building them because from what I understand now, the cost of building it is like the same price as just buying one. And I would have to do a lot of, well, I guess AI could kind of guide me through it, but so yeah, AI could teach me how to use Ollama very easily. I don't need to use it on the current laptop, desktop. I can build a dedicated PC and have it just host over the local network. That's why people get those Mac minis and then use the cloud as a other solution. Then the dev machine will just ping to that machine. That's typically how people do it. Yeah, that's definitely I'll open up my eyes to the next level. Just want to see like what is necessary for like building a dedicated PC for something like that. Which way do I think the personal, or which way do you think the personal brand system is leaning? Stay in control of the files or have AI handle the hosting too? I mean, I think AI is trying to make it so they handle everything, so you have to be relying on them. But the way I think like people who are in the know, like now that I'm understanding this better, I'll repeat the question. So Gemini is asking, which way do you think the personal brand system is leaning? Oh, so like what I'm building. Like I'm building a personal brand system. Stay in control of the files or have AI handle the hosting too? That sounds like two different things, kind of. But yeah, sorry if that question doesn't make sense. That's just Gemini asking me what I think. And I'm not sure. That's a good question. Yeah, that question was from Gemini. We've been on a trend to trade security for convenience. Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be the way of things. And I do not agree with that. I think it's I don't like when, you know, I go into a department store, and I'm like going to the shoe section, and then like the next day I start getting all these like shoe ads on my phone. And it's like, how did my phone know I was in the shoe section of the department store? Like, what is it like? I feel like, yeah, everything's all about like, you know, trade in your security and your what would the word be? Animosity or anonymity. Staying anonymous. I would rather stay anonymous, like on a lot of things, like not have my data collected and sold everywhere. At least if these places are going to collect and sell our data, give us an option to profit from it in some way and take a cut. That's what I'm saying. I don't like the fact that, you know, governments are trying to put cameras everywhere and record all of our data, saying that it'll make us safer. And you know, I have a family member who's in sales for like AI models for those cameras, and their whole pitch is about like, you know, bad people are gonna come into your neighborhood and like do bad things, and if you don't have these cameras, you're not gonna be able to catch them. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, yeah, that's part of life. Like, you just have to like be aware and stuff like that. And sure, sometimes it might help, but the majority of the things that these cameras are doing are more like privacy violations, in my opinion. And they don't bring that up, but that's what's going on behind the scenes. And yeah, I think that's wrong. So I think I'm gonna look way more into doing what you're saying. So yeah, I definitely hope that we can like roll back some of these privacy breaches under the illusion of making things like safer for everybody, because who knows what people can do with that data. People in power, some people in power, as we can see right now, they can get, their head gets too big, their ego gets too big, and then they think they can like get away with anything. And if they have access to everybody's information, or somebody that knows them doesn't like you and they just, want to do something bad, it would make it super easy for them to do that. So yeah, I think that's a huge problem, a huge issue with society, and I think those things need to be taken care of before they get out of control. But anyways, looking into the like what the kind of dedicated machine would take, how much it cost. So yeah, I definitely feel like in the future, like I would like to move more towards like owning my data and not giving my data away to big tech, who's probably going to sell it to who knows who that can use it to who knows what, even if they tell me that it's going to make me more secure. But I'm wondering, like, if I were to like start looking into setting something like this up, what would I need for a computer? And like, I can build computers myself. I just haven't done it in a while, but sure, with AI, I could do it easily and quick, like I used to. And how much would something like this cost? Do you think? Oh yeah, I was just talking to Gemini. Gemini's looking into it. Building a local sovereign rig is a total power move. VRAM is king. CPU doesn't matter as much. GPU doesn't matter as much. Entry level 900 to 1100. Yeah, so that's like, that's pretty standard, I feel like. I mean, I guess like, yeah, my desktop I have right now would be able to do it on an entry level. You'll get Claude-like speed on your own hardware for basic tasks. The sweet spot is more like $1,800 to $2,500. This is what most vibe coders use to get off the corporate subscription. NVIDIA RTX 5080 or the RTX 3090 24 gig, so 16 gig or 24 gig. A used 3090 is actually a secret weapon because it has 24 gigs of VRAM, which lets you run much smarter models than a brand new 16 gig. 30B parameter models or quantized versions of the heavy 70B models. This is where the AI starts feeling truly PhD level without needing the cloud. The AI beast. $3,500 if you want the best possible experience where you never have to miss Claude again. 32 gig NVIDIA. Essentially having a private uncensored GPT-4 in your office. You'll need a 1200 watt power supply and serious cooling. The rig will literally heat the room while it works. Wow, yeah, that's a lot of power. So it's not just the definitely not just the machine, but also the power costs are going to be much more. But at the end of the day, I mean, paying $200 a month. And if I'm just paying, they're saying like 20 a month for Claude, 20 a month for Perplexity, 20 a month for Midjourney. That's $720 a year. But I'm paying $200 a month just for Claude, and then probably another $50 in like other stuff. So that's more like $3K a year. That's like the price of the computer that it would pay for itself in about 1 year. The real value is that nobody can turn you off. If Anthropic decides they don't like your marketing vibe tomorrow, your local rig doesn't care. That is true. Something I doubt they would do, because I'm not really doing anything wrong as far as I know, but you never know. Definitely had people tell lies about me before to try to get accounts shut down from me. So take that out of the equation, and wow, yeah, this is definitely something I want to do more research on. Currently it's subsidized, so you're betting money it's not cheaper to roll your own. Maybe worth the privacy cost and the peace of mind to rid of token anxiety. Yeah, and I mean, like, now that I'm doing the math with the $200 a month for Claude, which, you know, $20 a month is like super difficult to build everything I'm building. I would have to be like, you know, only building a couple days a week and then waiting the rest of the week to be able to start building again. So basically, for what I'm paying right now, a year's worth of subscriptions would be like the cost to build the machine. But let's see about those power costs. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. I'm paying the $200 a month for Claude, so like 1 year of those subscriptions would pay for like the best computer setup. I'm wondering, like, what is the difference in cost for power cost? Because that 1200 watts sounds like it would cost a lot. Let me know. Okay, and 1200 is the ceiling. It's not always going to run on 1200 watts. That makes sense. And still, that's only like 10 to 14 cents per hour for 600 to 900 watts, which is like mostly full power. Wow, yeah, thanks. Thank you, Tofu, for bringing this up, because I had no idea that there was this much to it. I thought that this was like only a method for using OpenClaw, and I didn't want to use OpenClaw mainly for the security. You can cap the computer to like 70% power and only lose about 5% of the AI speed. And then you drop the heat and power draw by 30%. But I mean, in the wintertime, that's actually a benefit. Summertime, yeah, it could cause some problems, but just have to blast the AC higher. So that's good to notice. Try Olama first, just to see if you can get something working, even if it's a crappy model. That's definitely good, because yeah, if I'm having trouble and I don't like Olama, then it wouldn't make sense. But also, it sounds like that stuff is advancing real quick. So, you know, if not now, wait a few months and then try it again. You have an electric heater, right? By Claude. Or actually, I think the heating part would be if you were using the Olama, because like running Claude, you don't need to take up as much electricity, from what I understand, right? Because Claude would be like running on their cloud. So yeah, just wasn't sure if I understood that correctly. But yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I am glad to know this, and I think I could probably start working on this in the background to just even it. I don't have to do that all in one day. I can just like slowly get the parts and slowly build it. Wait for like the deal days. I know like Black Friday is a long way away, but usually they have probably set up alerts. Probably have AI even like scan the internet and just let me know, like a stock alert. The price has just dropped below your level. So let's see. Yeah, no corporate data safety teams. They call them safety teams. Is reading your private marketing strategies or your personal brand transcripts. And if Anthropic's servers ever go down, or even like right now, that was the first problem I had today was there's a feature that really, it was telling me that only Google could do. And the servers were not down, but they were just like, I guess not able to do, it was like peak time or something, so it couldn't do that. So that would take care of that problem right there. What is up, Buffalo Soldier? Pick up yourself every time. Respect. Another day closer to the goal. No doubt. That's how we roll. Building more features on this personal brand dashboard. Getting in some good learning on pros and cons of basically like not needing a subscription to AI and just building a better computer where I could just use like a different model like Olama and set it up so it just works straight with Cursor or like VS Code, and I wouldn't need Claude. And it sounds like it's not there yet where it's on the same level brain power wise as Claude, but it's getting there. And just doing the math, like what I'm paying for a year of Claude would buy the computer, like the best quality of computer that I would need to run something like that. So after doing all this research, like the main thing I'm wondering now is what about, security? Sounds like if I did my own setup, security would be better, that like I wouldn't have to worry about some corporation having access to all my data. But from what I understand, like, I wouldn't want to use like OpenClaw. And I don't want to use OpenClaw anyway, mainly because like with Claude Code, I can build more customized tools than like just telling OpenClaw to do the tasks itself. But what about other security things? Because from what I understand with like, Claude is it takes care of more security stuff, but maybe I don't understand that very well. Let me know what you think, Gemini. That's what John McAfee was working on. Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, that guy. Little I know about him. Sounds like the man was a genius, but maybe not the best person, but it's hard to say. Who knows what is true and what is not. Especially just from everything I know. I think it's from that one Netflix show about him. But yeah, okay, we're done with this part of the build, it looks like. having me test the project again. Now it's working. Yep, now it's showing those. Awesome. Copy each one is there. Starts up X. Wow. Alright, everything is there. This time it worked when I clicked the button. I do see the individual copy signs under each tweet. I clicked Open X and it opened up the X website. Gemini is telling me I hit on the $1 million question, privacy versus security. They sound like the same thing, but in the world of AI, they're very different. Cloud AI is a high security vault in a bank. Local AI is a safe inside your own house. Local wins hands down for privacy. When I use Claude or Gemini, the data, the brand strategy, everything is sent to their servers. Even if they say don't train on it, they will still log it. If that company is hacked or if a rogue employee looks at your data, your secrets are out. I don't really have any secrets like that, but I know what they mean. Right. Right, people might try to break in your house to use, especially because I'm streaming. Like, all we gotta do, find out when this guy is gone. Just break in his house and start up his computer and get the AI for free. It's like a massive break-in, like chain of break-in, wave of break-ins. And people are just breaking into people's houses just to use their computers. Oh, man. Alright, LinkedIn. Got a prompt. Going in the plan mode. Claude Code. So yeah, local solution. The data never leaves the Ethernet cable. So then security, cloud wins usually. Oh, okay. So privacy, local is better. Just saying right now, security, cloud is better. So this is the part many people forget. Security means protecting your computer from outside hackers. The cloud advantage. Companies like Google and Anthropic have blue teams of hundreds of world-class hackers whose only job is to stop people from breaking in. They handle the firewalls, the encryption, and the patches. When you run a local AI agent, you are the IT department. So if you download a cool new model from a random site, could have a backdoor or a pickle bomb. I didn't even know what a pickle bomb was, so I would have probably fallen for that one. Malicious code hidden in the model file. That gives a hacker control of your PC the second you load it. Prompt injection. If your local agent has permission to read your emails or browse the web, a hacker could send you an email that tricks your AI into deleting your files or sending your passwords to them. So that was like, those are like the main risks I understood from OpenClaw, which is why people are setting up like a separate computer just for it. But then like, if I'm using it for like, you know, what I'm building right now, that would be like a massive, I would have to make sure my security is like, understanding is like on point, like everything. Cause yeah, it would be a massive problem if somebody was able to get into that stuff. So let's see. Respect every time. See films, doing pretty good. How about you? Just doing what I do, vibe coding. Information is flowing, and definitely knowing more and more every day, doing some discussions in the chat about, you know, using a cloud subscription versus kind of building the AI on your own local computer and the trade-offs. So yeah, good to hear you're doing all right. Hello, had 3. It is a good night. So it's like asking, what is more secure, the military or your house? Obviously the military, but no one's going to try and target your house in the same way. Yeah, I would hope not. But I mean, like, as far as like, it sounds like, you know, the security in regards to having the local computer in your house is not the big deal. The big deal is like scammers from their own house trying to hack in through your local computer to get access, whereas like having that subscription to Claude, they have a massive security team that is stopping stuff like that. And still, you know, I haven't heard of any stories of anybody using like Claude or OpenAI getting hacked through that service, but you know, it could happen. I guess like I guess it would be a possibility probably. So you've been C-Films have been working on one of the projects. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm kind of working on 2 projects right now. Just the what you call it, the finance one that I built. I'm just doing the security stuff, getting it ready to ship, and I just got to do that stuff off stream. And I'm almost done. That's why I'm building the personal brand dashboard right now, and working on the security stuff on the side. And I'm thinking this should be done in like a week, and then I'll be ready to launch the app that I built. That is really awesome. Keeps getting better and better. I don't see anything like it out there. It's got like so many features all in one. And get that out there, and then start making a custom marketing system just for that business. And also that'll be the first step. I'm gonna do like a whole business system, or it'll be multiple systems that are kind of like linked together. So I should have like marketing, CRM, all kinds of things, all types. And yeah, I like the idea of building different businesses, because like different business models have like different, you know, business setups, different business structures. So I can like build these different businesses and then learn the different business structures till I like, you know, get it all down how to like set up a structure for any business. And that's definitely something I'm working towards. Well, if you need to get better at marketing, you are in the right place, because I'm way better at marketing than I am at vibe coding. I've been marketing, learning from the best marketers for maybe like 15 years now. And that's my favorite part about business, is just understanding marketing mindset, stuff like that. Marketing is all vibes. Yeah, big part of it. Understanding your customers, understanding how they think, how they talk, being able to explain things to them in their own words, being able to know them better than they know themselves. A lot of psychology goes into marketing. Then you got a lot of things like marketing research. You know, getting the right information, making sure you're building the right thing people want, which usually comes through research. That's, from what I understand, the biggest mistake most people make with marketing is they build a product or a service that they think people are going to want, and they build it, and then they just like put it out there and hope that everybody's going to go and find it and want to use it. But most of the times they build something and people don't actually want it, or else they do the wrong research and they ask the wrong people. And a lot of people just, you know, try to be nice and say, oh yeah, I definitely want something like that, I would definitely pay for that. And then they put it out and they're like, well, no, I actually, you know, I was just trying to be nice. So that happens a lot too. But yeah, it's just a journey. You just gotta keep doing it and keep learning. So you have a website, you want to market better. Okay, yeah, definitely. Any questions you got, I'll tell you whatever I know. No problem there. Basically just a belief in getting other people to believe. Yeah, you know, getting other people to understand what the transformation is, because, you know, people aren't trying to buy the features. Like, people don't really care that, you know, like that, what I call it, the investment hub that I built, like, has a paper trading time machine. They're way more interested in knowing that that paper trading time machine can teach them how to beat the S&P 500 and give them the skills to be massively successful in the stock market on their own, and not have to pay a financial advisor who's just gonna take fees from them and put them on like a steady, try to be 5% a year growth. But yeah, it's all about, you know, explaining things the right way, getting other people to see it from your perspective and believe. You have to build a product service that people don't want. That's the key. Well, I don't, maybe you typed don't instead of do. Okay, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I was like, doesn't make sense, but maybe there's something I'm missing. Yeah, that was, you got me there for sure. So let's see. Local risk for having a local AI. You are the IT department. If your local agent has permission to read your emails or browse the web, could get tricked by a hacker. So more risk for hacking. But there's definitely, like, I'm getting a security checklist for local AI. Use safe tensors. Only download the models in .safe tensors format. Avoid older path or bin files, which are much easier to hide viruses in. Sandbox rule. Run your AI inside a container like Docker or a virtual machine. This way, if the AI goes crazy, I don't know what that would mean. But my AI just went crazy on me. It deleted everything. Or it gets hacked, is trapped in a digital cage, and can't touch your actual Windows Mac files. Firewall the agent. Don't give your local agent full internet access unless it needs it. If it's just processing your videos, it doesn't need to be able to talk to the server in another country. hardware key. Use a physical security key like YubiKey for your local machine. Even if someone gets your password, they can't get into your box without the physical key in their pocket. Okay, this is done. Gonna check out this next part of the build. Am I wanting to set up a local LLM? Kind of. I'm not sure. I'm doing some research on like the pros and cons of doing that versus what I'm doing. So you got a website called C Films, Northwest United States media website with a focus on movies. Cross between IMDb and Wikipedia for the Northwest US. So like, I guess it doesn't really, maybe this would depend kind of on the marketing, but not really sure why you would, like, it's just only works in the Northwest, or it's only for like movies that are produced in the Northwest US. Like, that's the main thing I don't understand. Sounds like a cross between IMDb and Wikipedia. So it's like, I'm not sure if it's actually gonna have movies on it, or if it's just, because from what I understand, IMDb and Wikipedia just give like information about movies. And the purpose of the local model would be to just everything I'm doing already, and the main thing would be not have to pay a subscription. Because looking it up, the cost of building a computer to run something like that locally would basically be like the same cost of a year subscription to like AI, what I'm paying right now. Unless I have 300 plus gigs of RAM, there's no chance to get anything useful. That's good to know. And what I was reading, like Gemini was telling me that I would pretty much need like 32 gigs of RAM. But sounds like you're saying I would need much more than that. So that is definitely good to know. And I would want to try like the local, like Olama and the local options first before I actually go out and build out a whole computer, before I know if I even like using those features. But I'll come back to C Films marketing stuff too once I start this next part of the build in Claude. Gonna test the two things in the project. Got click review and post on Q5. Oh, shouldn't have left that. Okay. Show and posted. Yeah, because what was Q5? Oh no, this is LinkedIn. Okay. Saying it's all caught up, nothing pending review for schedule. Okay, so I'm having some trouble understanding what you want me to test on this project. So I went to approval queue, because I was gonna approve the thing for what would this be for? You wanted me to check for LinkedIn or X, but either way, under schedule, it's only showing one posted this week. It's not showing any pending or scheduled now. Saying I'm all caught up, nothing pending review. So I can't click on anything to like send it to, I guess it would be LinkedIn. Let me know what you think. I'm just telling Claude to add back the data so I can approve it and test out the LinkedIn part. So yeah, back to the chat. Am I using it under a harness or straight raw dogging the models? Yeah, I don't even know. I would imagine harness sounds like more secure. I'd have to look into that. You just tried it through Olama. It just wasn't able to give any good output for you on single prompts. That's good to know. Also, you did hook up one of the Quen models to Claude Code, so you're assuming you didn't use it under a harness. Oh, you're talking to Hat 3. Okay, that's interesting. You're getting great results with the small models. No, you wouldn't be willing to try it out. Just no way it competes with Claude. So yeah, that's cool. This is something where, like, you know, it's like polarized. There's people have different opinions. Usually these are like the best topics that end up like, you know, getting better over time. When people have like the most polarized opinions on things, that means like something that's like probably gonna get better. Like I remember Bitcoin like, I don't know, 5 to 7 years ago, very polarized. Like a lot of people thought it was just like, you know, a scam. It was never gonna last. Now I think most people agree that it is here to stay. But anyway, okay, so back to the hard refresh the dashboard. Mock items pending again. Yep, there we go. LinkedIn. Approve. Go to distribute. LinkedIn. Review and post. Test it. Place the cursor somewhere in the middle of the post. Click add line break. Yep, does that. And you can just click enter. I don't know why they would do that. Toggle the schedule. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Yep, awesome. Test is good. It's doing everything it's supposed to do from what I can see. What is next? What do you think? So yeah, people still think crypto's a scam. So yeah, it's still kind of polarized. So let's see. You're not against the local models, just personally so far they feel way behind. It also depends on how you use AI. If you just hand your life over to it, then local models aren't ready. But if you use it as an assistant, it's amazing. Don't really have any goals besides whatever I do, it must leave me alone. I think they're getting to the point you can vibe code on them though, especially if you use a powerful local model. But they're still, HAD thinks they're still behind the game. Agentic systems is the way forward. Most people don't even have the hardware to run powerful local models. So yeah, it sounds like there's still a lot of improvements to be done on this. And if you're still watching C films, I think the best advice I can give you is you can see what I'm building right now, and I think you should start doing basically just like social media marketing, and start doing like the basic steps. Talk to AI about the basic steps of marketing for what you're building. It'll let you know about like how to find forums where, you know, people are your target audience. Get a really locked in target market, target audience. Start finding out where they hang out. Go talk to them. See what kind of features they would want on what you're building. Start making different types of marketing towards like individual features and the results that, you know, people are going to get from your site. You'll be able to see which ones get more engagement, which ones get more likes, stuff like that. Expand on those. That's a really good place to start, I think. Any more questions? Definitely, I have no problem. Some people call it like a travel guide that lists information about movies, actors, musicians, athletes, and places in the Northwest US. Okay, so I see now how it's more of like like a travel guide, like for like tourists. Definitely I would recommend to, if that is the case, try to talk to like the you know, the local travel, you know, each state in the Northwest probably has their own like travel bureau. Find people who are like influencers who are doing travel stuff for your area. Reach out to them. But yeah, focus on like what benefits it's going to provide to people, like how that is going to help people, like what is the transformation that your site is going to give people by using your site. How is it going to make them better, and focus on that. Some people say the website looks outdated. Yeah, definitely. I'm not the best at UI. I do have one of my best friends has been a very successful UI graphic designer for many years, so I've learned a lot from him. But yeah, talk to AI. Talk to AI about making your UI better, and just keep improving it and keep running it past people. Find people who are, you know, graphic design. If you got the money, hire a graphic designer to just do like basic stuff. They could probably just give you a simple, what do you call it, like a audit, or like just some like advice on, you know, just pay them like, you know, a couple $100 to have them look over for a couple hours and give you advice. So we're not talking straight value for cost for the different LLMs. In our earlier convo, we mentioned it's not worth the money for straight value. If you care about privacy, it does. If you give your code base to a large company, they can train on it, and then someone else can instantly one-shot your app and spend time to vibe code. Well, yeah, there's another thing to that. I mean, just like C Films is saying, like, you know, he's built this site. Like, someone could go and one-shot it, but are they going to be able, like, to market it the same way he is? So if he gets his marketing to, like, it's really locked into his target market, and he really knows how to communicate with them well, and they really see the value in what he's providing, that's a major skill that someone could, like 1,000 people could go build that same site that he has, but if they don't have that same marketing skill to market it, no one's going to see it. So, like, I mean, I hear these people that are going and they're creating like thousands of apps and they think it's just a numbers game. But I mean, from what I understand, that's just like 1,000 more people creating 1,000 more apps. So that just like saturates the market so much more. Just like I used to do books, And like when I first got in the book game, for independent publishers, it was like wide open. There's very little competition. Today now, people are using AI. They're putting out like, even they had to limit it on a lot of platforms, so you can only put out like 3 books a day or something like that. So like people are doing that and putting out, 20 books a week, and it's just making the market way more saturated. So when it becomes more saturated, you have to do even more marketing to stick out. So I'm gonna get back to this next part of the build, and then I'm gonna get back to that chat. I'm gonna commit the changes. So yeah, all 5 platform distribute tabs are done. Every platform has a working draft preparation flow. I'm gonna commit, and then I will audit. So let's see. What's stopping AI from just doing the marketing? Well, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. But you still, like, AI is still, a human's still gonna be better. And it all depends like how good you are working with AI, because most people are not that good at working with AI and engineering prompts, and they're getting like AI slop. They're getting really basic stuff. Like even this one I'm building right now is going to be putting out like mostly AI slop, and I'm just going to have to work with it over time to dial it in to get it better and better, so that it's like more like a human, more like my voice. And it'll take a lot of work, but I'll get it there to where it's like I'll be able to look at it and be like, yeah, that's something exactly like I would have wrote it, maybe even better. So like AI can do the marketing, but right out the gate, it's not going to be as good as like an actual human who understands marketing really well. And as you know, you can ask AI questions and it's going to leave a lot of stuff out. You really have to understand the topic to get the right answers. If you're not if you don't know much about marketing, AI is going to take you in loops, going to take you down certain paths. You're not going to know if it's like hallucinating about certain things. But there's a ton that can be done, and it keeps getting better. You just got to stay on top of the trends. But yeah, it's definitely possible. And like even everything I'm building right now, like I don't want it automatically just scheduling any kind of posts. I have it set up where I have to manually make sure that it's good, and I set up tabs where I can like change things to how I would want it. Okay, time for the audit prompt. All right, there's not enough time in the day to work. Yeah, I hear you there. The night either, man. Like, if AI needs to find a solutions to where humans don't have to sleep, so we can work more. But yeah, I just like it's tough to balance everything. Like, definitely got to make sure I'm like, going to the gym so I don't get burnt out and not feel bad and have like pain in my body. Eat good food so that my brain works better, stay hydrated. Cheers to spring water. Definitely get good sleep is major. Got to refresh the context of your brain. So you think Claude is insanely good at reverse engineering. People are going to steal ideas, reproduce them, and advertise them better. Well, let me tell you something about business. If you ever started a business before and created something that's successful and nothing else like it exists, I can bet you within 3 to 6 months you will have at least 1 or 2 competitors. People will see that you're doing something that works, especially if it's like massively successful, and they will try to one-up you and they will try to copy you. Some of the people will be really bad and they will just be able to like copy what you're doing and make a little bit of profit. Some competitors will come through that understand certain aspects better than you, and you just have to learn from them. That's just a part of business. I've never done a business before where it's become successful and it hasn't been copied, and you know, people have come in, and you just learn each time and you get better, and then you like keep having better ideas, and then you create the next business and the next business and the next better idea and the next better idea, and you learn from your competitors. And it's like a scarcity mindset. Like if somebody's gonna like, you know, why even build it if somebody can just copy it and steal it? Because like there's definitely enough opportunities out here. And I'll tell you another thing about business is you could find a business opportunity where you understand like how to make it work, and you could explain it to anybody and anybody can make it work, and you'll tell it to 100 people, maybe 5 to 10 people will actually start doing it. Maybe half the people will tell you, that's awesome, I'm going to do that. Maybe 5 to 10 people will actually start doing it. And out of those 5 to 10 people, probably half of them will give up after a month. This has been my experience for 10 to 15 years. I've been doing business. So let's see. You wish your job could be automated. I feel like parts to like every job could be. Maybe not the whole job, but just gotta like think better on ways to find opportunities. Yeah, art and science. Yeah, definitely. Art is something, the real artists. Like, I mean, some of this AI music sounds pretty good, but does it have like the feeling that you get from like a real musician? No, it doesn't. It's missing that. It's missing that soul. It's like soulless. And I, someone who appreciates good music, can like sense that right away. So that's where I think AI will never get to. That's why like I think the human's always going to have to be in the loop if you want something that's really good. And AI is just more of an assistant. You know, AI is not the creator. AI is more like the imitator. So like that's what a lot of people that I listen to that understand AI better than me, they all say that same thing. Like, people who use AI the best are going to be the idea people. They're going to get the best results out of AI because they're the ones that, like myself, that just always have trained their brain to be recognizing trends and good ideas and stuff like that. And yeah, there's definitely, I see you're talking about, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit right now. Definitely, yeah, so this is brand new. Still super early. Still tons of opportunities. Still way more people that are going to get into this. It's still going to get way bigger, in my opinion. So you guys do automated warehousing. So you're familiar with automation, but you're not close to automating the whole SLDC or SDLC. yeah, just because it's not done doesn't mean it's not possible. There's definitely, yeah, definitely full automated pipelines. Like, this is what I'm building right now is not fully automated, but it's very close. And I mean, this system I'm building right now, even if I used, like, before an LLM, oh man, this would have taken a team of 10 people probably working full time to do something like this. With the LLM, being able to use an LLM, probably would, what I'm doing with this system, taking me at least 10 to 20 hours a week. With this system, it should bring it down to like 1 to 2 maybe. And as I make the system better, should bring it down to like, you know, a half hour a week. So yeah, it's all about mindset. If you believe it's not possible, then it's probably not going to be possible. You're not going to see the opportunities. If you believe it's possible, your subconscious is going to be like always looking for those opportunities, and it's going to see it. So you haven't done a lot of SEO for the C-Films website. Yeah, that's definitely something that AI can help you with a ton. Also, I would recommend, don't just do SEO, do stuff in your website that's like SEO for AI, so that when the AI bots are, you know, for like Google and Anthropic, when they're looking through the internet, you can set things up on your site so they see your site. So that like if people are wondering, like, you know, they're going into ChatGPT and they're like, I'm going to take a vacation to you know, Seattle, and really like movies, stuff like that, it would recommend them what you're doing on your site. Yeah, definitely finance companies have very strict rules. Depends on what you're doing with finance too. Like what I'm doing, I'm avoiding a lot of really strict rules because I'm not actually operating as an exchange. People are not actually storing their money on my site, and they're not buying and selling things through my site. They're just learning how to invest on the site. But I still have a lot of legal regulations, mainly in regards to the language I'm using. Like, I can't tell people, like, you should buy this. Like, if you watch people on TV or, like, influencers that talk about stocks, they never tell people, oh, you should buy this. They always say, I'm just buying this. Like, I just bought, like, a ton of this and I'm still buying it, stuff like that. So, what is the best way to fully automate a warehouse? You don't know, but if you're the first person to figure it out, that's gonna be money right there. Plus, you know, that's kind of like, some people look at it like, you know, you're taking jobs, but another way to look at it is like you're creating jobs, because there's gonna be people to run the AI, and the jobs that are gonna be taken by AI are mostly jobs that I think, trying to find the best way to say it, don't require that much skill. So I think it's in a way doing people a favor that those jobs won't exist anymore, that people will be required to actually like learn more skills, and the jobs that they'll be working will be much better in terms of like value is providing for their own personal growth. Whereas, like, you know, before, someone sat on a factory line all day pushing the same button, drilling the same like drill, whatever they do on a factory line, and you know, that can just be like really mindless. But I think the best system for society is to where everybody's creating value based on their own personal strengths, based on like ways that they're better at providing value than anybody else. So, yeah, I think humans will always be in the loop. And, that's why, like, I run AI, AI doesn't run I. Because, sure, at some point, AI will be like, I can just do this for you. You don't even need to be in the loop. But, if they understand it well, they'll know that, yes, there's always certain things that they got to make sure AI doesn't get carried away. So, I heard about that Mythos, whatever it's called, wasn't released to the public due to security concerns. Was released to Amazon and Linux kernel to patch security holes before they unleash it. Yeah, I heard it was like the best, so good at finding bugs that if it got in the wrong hands, that people could use it to do a lot of hacking. So, yeah, big up to Anthropic for putting people before profit on stuff like that. See films. Oh, you have already done a lot of SEO for the website. Yeah, find more areas. Find more areas that you can do marketing. I was telling you, do the searching for the AI agents. Alright, we got the results. As part of the audits done. Looks like they found a few bugs. Awesome. Clean audit. That's not what I saw. It said it found bugs. Big up Midnight Mothra, respect every time. Welcome to the chat. Is 200 max plan enough for a month? You're planning to restart your career in web dev since you have enough money maybe for 1 to 2 years, so you're just gonna learn and build something. Yeah, and I'm building all the time. Sounds like and I'm never hitting the limits. Sounds like where you hit limits is when you start running like multiple agents at the same time, which you, as you're learning, you probably don't want to do because that can get overwhelming. You want to definitely learn with like just using like one agent at a time, maybe just Claude for building and Codex for auditing. but you could get by, especially at the beginning, just using Codex or Claude for auditing for everything. But yeah, definitely, you could even start with just the $20 plan. I would recommend really just start with a $20 plan, because when you're first learning, you're probably not going to use it that much. As the better you get and the more you understand it and the more you build, then I would say start upgrading. But yeah, definitely start with that $20 plan and just see how much you're using with that. And then, once you start hitting those limits, then I would say to upgrade. But you might be surprised how far you can get by with that $20 plan when you're first starting. If I wasn't doing live streaming, I wouldn't have upgraded so quick. It's just that live streaming, there's like 4 or 5 hour limits, and I was hitting those like during the stream. And I didn't want to like stop the stream to have to keep going. So if I wasn't live streaming, I could have just easily waited. But now I'm definitely like getting to the point where the like weekly usage would be over if I had the $20 plan. So definitely abundance mindset. We can always grow as humans, do more and be more. There's a long way to go. Still evolving, still getting better. AI is helping a ton. I know my brain probably grew. I feel like my brain has grown, but I definitely like have to be more careful about burnout. So there's like definitely pros and cons to it. I know, I mean, when I first moved up to the mountains, it took me like 6 months for my lungs to adjust. But now it's like, I'm good. And from what I understand, people who are born in the mountains, their lungs are like a third bigger. But yeah, I feel like my lungs grew from like doing all kinds of like extreme sports for like 5 to 8 hours a day up in high elevation. And then you go down to like sea level and you can just run all day and you like don't even get winded. So yeah, it's just gotta put yourself in like environments that cause you to grow. It's really easy to get caught up in like a routine, and it seems like growth is like not really like possible. But like I tell people, like it's really tough for like people in the USA because you only get like, a week, 2 weeks a year for like a vacation. And I believe that is not enough to like break out of the cycle. You need at least like a month. But yeah, like I tell people all the time, like whatever problems you think you have, just go somewhere you've never been before. Go somewhere that's completely different. Put yourself in a brand new environment for like a month. And after like 2 or 3 weeks, you'll totally forget about what was bothering you, most likely. You'll just be in a totally new environment, be adapting to new things, learning new things, and it'll make you a different person. Yeah, there's definitely always good people in the world. I feel like the majority of people are good. I feel like everybody's born, everybody knows right from wrong. Even the people who are doing bad, they know they're doing bad. As much as they try to spin it, deep down they still know, they're conscious. God is real, karma is real. I've seen many people think they get away with things and life just proves them wrong every time. So there's no need to get revenge, no need to feel like you got to get rid of evil people, because the righteous, I heard this from a very wise person, righteous people face death every day. That's why they're righteous. The evil people, you don't have to do anything to them. Just leave them alone and they will have to face things on their own. So yeah, that's higher philosophy for sure. Yeah, good and bad are everywhere, everything. Yeah, when you look at economy and economics, you see that, yeah, less than 1% has like 99% of the wealth. That's a major reason that I was motivated to do that finance project. And that'll be a work in progress. I'll keep making it better. But I honestly believe that I could make a huge impact. And if the majority of the people in the world were able to be good investors, which is way easier than being a good trader, that I think that wealth gap would equalize itself a ton. All right, done with this fix from the audit. Alright, going back to the comments, getting caught up on where I was at. Letting me catch up, give 2 cents on this topic. Entire economic system is optimizing itself each day to squeeze more out of people while giving them the minimum. This is capitalism. Yes, in a way, there's very few people that are trying to charge people less and giving them more, even though the most successful business people I've spoken to in multiple different niches or like fields, when I ask them like, you know, why do you think you've like rose to the top? Like what do you think made you better than all your competitors? And they all told me the same thing. They all said we gave away more for free than anybody else. So definitely most capitalism. And those are usually the ones that, you know, especially with like when they get like a monopoly, when they make it, you know, when they buy out all their competitors, then it's way easier for them to do that. But it's a new day because now we've got the ability for just everyday people can create, you know, products and services. It was not possible before. It's all about how are people going to do this. And you know, the people too, that's like the main thing is like the people allow this. The people spend their money. They vote with their money. You know, when they see that their favorite brand is like, you know, rising their prices and giving them like, you know, way less product than they used to, you know, they can tell them like, hey, I'm not going to do business with you anymore. I don't agree with what you're doing, but most people don't. Most people just keep consuming. Most people, I guess, consumer mindset, not creator. And what I've noticed is like the more I focus on creation and creating, the less swayed I am by like people who are trying to get me to consume. I don't get much pleasure by wanting to like buy material things. I'm way more about like working, like the journey of actually building the business is way more fun than like, you know, making that $1 million. And even like, you know, making $1 million off a business, I would be much more happy thinking of using that to buy time than to buy assets. Time so I can like, you know, be free to spend it how I want. So let's see. Can be the change we want to see. We can imagine something that is unreachable. There is no way to convince those in power to willingly give that up. Well, that has definitely been, people have definitely throughout history resisted when things got too crazy. You know, talking about the Tao, you know, tofu, you know the Tao pretty well. And Tao is the Tao Te Ching. It's all about when people in power get too carried away. People start to resist. And that's not, I mean, I feel like peace is always the way, but like look at Gandhi. You know, Gandhi was one person. He had the most powerful, so-called most powerful government in the world at the time was trying to break him, was trying to infiltrate him, was trying to destroy him and take him out. He resisted and he brought people together, and they all through nonviolence. Unfortunately, a lot of people had to die. A lot of people were injured. But everyone stood up, and it worked. I mean, for the most part, it worked. There was just one person who believed it was possible. I think he might have even been the one that says, be the change you want to see. Mandela, Gandhi, Martin Luther King. Many people throughout history. What I understand, Martin Luther King studied Gandhi, and that's where he got his methods. Yeah, there's no perfect solution most of the time. South Africa and the suburbs has been a huge community growth. The government is non-functioning in all ways, so it forced people to come up with a solution from the ground up. It has formed a really good organic functioning society. This is localized and each neighborhood has different levels of engagement. That's awesome. Yeah, South Africa is a really interesting place I'd like to visit. I'm really inspired by Nelson Mandela. I went to he wasn't there, but there was a big party in one city I was living in one year for his birthday. A ton of people with him. And if you know South Africa, you know Lucky Dubé. That man has the same birthday as me, or had. And I saw him perform on his last birthday. I didn't even know we had the same birthday. He was performing and I was there, and he was like, yeah, it's my birthday today. And I was like, no way, me too. And unfortunately, if you're from South Africa, you know what happened with him. But yeah, he was another awesome person out of South Africa that I've been inspired by. Yeah, many people, think that the government will be there for them, have their best interests in mind. Definitely not always true. Yeah, sounds like hike would be awesome. Whatever we consume is someone else's hours of their life. Yeah, you can't buy time with any fortune. Time is the master. Time doesn't wait for anybody. We all got the same 24 hours in the day. Yeah, consume more than required. It's basically like wasting, I guess. Many sections of the Tao Te Ching is instructions on how to govern. Governing a nation is like cooking a fish. Too much poking and prodding will spoil the fish. That's a good one. Right, so let's see here. Going on. 4 hours strong. See if I should do another feature. Finally got caught up with the chat, so let's see. Do I want to do... Got Substack and podcast, distribute tabs. Still got to retest that Gemini ingestion. I'm going to do that right now, actually. See if it works now. The real reason my AI business project wasn't working. Alright, let's see if it works this time. Saying before, when I first tried it, it was like peak hours for Gemini. So saying wait a few hours and try it again. And Gemini is definitely the path of least resistance for getting this feature to work right. If Gemini is always going to be too busy to compute this, yeah, it's already doing that again. Hopefully the retry thing works, and it still works, but yeah, I can use a different LLM, but it's just going to be like extra steps and take more tokens. So it'd be nice if this works, but this thing's all about putting in like a multiple hour stream, and if it doesn't work for like a 5-minute video, then and if it takes like 5 hours to process a 5-hour stream, then I think I would just find a different method. But that's like building, try building one thing and it might not work right, and then you just find another solution and you just keep building. So let's see. Alright, so it looks like I'm getting more progress with that Gemini stream ingestion. Last time it stopped at 20%, now it's at 50%. So yeah, it looks like that's working better now. I'm just wondering, like, what do you have left for parts to build based on like everything that we've talked about so far? I know you listed like Substack and podcast. So list those again and just list the features that we still have to build based on everything we've discussed. Governing a nation is like cooking a fish. Too much poking and prodding will spoil the fish. That's like a good lesson for just management in general. Even just working with these LLMs, working with Claude Code. trying to like do too much, trying to change too much. Sometimes it's best to just like let it run and build stuff and then go and fix all the small stuff later. Too much getting caught up with like, you know, fixing like small errors here and there. Just like end up like kind of like breaking other things that would have been better just left alone. Yeah, Moodus, yeah, is working this time. Awesome. So I just gotta know, it looks like I just gotta make sure to only use this certain times of the day, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I still gotta do the stuff they mentioned, plus like the content stuff. Make the thumbnail generator better. Gotta connect the stream repurposer to the ingestion pipeline. Gotta build more layers to the ingestion thing. Do more with the analytics. Still got to do all the email stuff. Do a collab CRM. Build skills. Do some refactoring. Because there's a lot going on this one platform. Definitely need it so it's not going to break down with like being too heavy. Yeah, and I want to build something for landing pages. Discord, there we go. Awesome, it did it. It worked. That was the first thing I tried to do today. That is awesome. It is just to try to do it at the most busiest time of day, probably. The ingestion is complete. Found 8 moments, 5 clip-worthy, 40 sent to queue, and that was just like a 5 to 7 minute video. So what do you recommend is the testing for this? Yeah, give thanks every time. So they're saying that it should send those clips to the schedule part, which these are still like the mock data things. So that's not hooked up yet. Okay. All right, so go to approval queue. Oh, now it updated. Okay. I just have to click go to approval queue for it to update. First, I just went to schedule, and it was just showing the stuff that was there before, the mock stuff. But then I went back and I hit go to approval queue button on that feature. I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, it did update now, all the things, so I'm gonna go to the next step of what I'm checking. Multiple platform badges, TikTok, Instagram, X. I just built a trading simulator that roasted me. My trading app just roasted me, and that's the point. Yeah, I don't talk like that, so that's definitely not my voice. Kind of, but still some work to do. Yeah, this is really from that one video. Wow. But that's what I wanted, just maybe not that much stuff. Priority levels. Not sure what the difference would be. Oh, it's only showing all high scheduled and posted. Make this punchier and add more energy. That works. Okay. That's awesome. Approve one item per platform. Okay. Okay, TikTok's not showing up. YouTube, it's not showing title stuff. Neither is the Instagram. Neither is X. But LinkedIn does. Interesting. Okay, so what does work is like editing, telling it to be like more energetic and punchier. That worked really good. The content is still like, you know, it's kind of in my brand voice, but I still need to like make that a lot better. The main problem is when I went to distribute, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and X are all not bringing the information over. Like it's showing the card, but it's just blank. And then when I click to like approve it, and it like goes to the next screen to show all the information. All that stuff is blank. LinkedIn is the only one where it's like transferring over the actual information. So I wasn't able to do the next step after that because those things were not working. Respect Tofu. Have a good night. Good talking to you every time, man. There's always like some good conversations. It's good to meet other people that understand the DAO like that. Most people really that I talk to about that stuff, they're really very uninterested or like very unable to understand it. So yeah, it's good to know people like you. Everything that you do, bringing it into the stream is awesome, if you know what I mean. So yeah, have a good night. And but yeah, you know, if you're not the best at following it though, at least you understand it. And yeah, I mean, nobody's perfect. We just got to keep getting better. And like, you know, I think kind of a good flow is like, you know, at the end of each day, what did I do? What could I have done better? You know, what would I do differently next time? Just stuff like that. I mean, yeah, we just gotta keep getting better. But yeah, definitely good talking to you. Peace. And yeah, have a good night for sure. So I went back to test, and basically the like the YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X all have still those blank fields. I'm trying to click refresh queue, but it's not doing anything. Let me know what you think. Thinking about doing a hard refresh, but was worried then I'd have to run the stream thing over again. Yep. Oh, there we go. Schedule. Yeah, showing they're all approved, or ones they should be. Here we go. It's working. There we go. It's working. There we go. That is awesome. So the hard refreshed worked. However, like even after it worked, I'm on the distribute to LinkedIn page and I clicked refresh queue and nothing happens. So I think maybe that button is not working. I'm not sure. But definitely after I did a hard refresh, the data fields are all filled in. So the data is at least transferring now. Alright, so I found the problem. I accidentally went into a different tab to do it. They gave me a prompt. It fixed it so it was working, but the one button, like the update button, seemed like it wasn't working, so they gave me another prompt, and it's trying to fix that right now, find out what the problem is. I'll get back to you on what it finds. Can tell it is about time for a break. Made a stupid mistake, but it's not a big deal. Just trying to keep all the right data in the right tabs, but yeah, just lets me know starting to not be as sharp. But luckily, this is like the last part of what I wanted to do for this build. And everything I've done, I got a lot done today. It's awesome to see how much progress I made. Very first problem that I had, I could have, you know, it wasn't doing the process for Gemini. I could have sat there and I could have dealt with it for hours trying to get it to work, but I did the right thing. I just left it and I kept building. And then when I got done building like the main features, then I came back to it and it worked. I just did nothing. Sometimes like I said, I was saying yesterday, sometimes the best solution is just to do nothing and just keep moving and come back later and everything will all work itself out. The button was working all along, it just had no visual feedback, so it felt dead. Now it flips to refreshing and disables during the fetch, then restores. So just try it out one more time. Do the hard reset. Okay, I guess it worked. Yeah, that it wasn't even a problem. The button was working, it just didn't need to refresh, so it felt like it wasn't working because it didn't like do anything when I clicked it, but now it's like doing some like UI thing, so at least I know it's working. Because I wouldn't be able to test it unless the information was not refreshing, which it is refreshing, so yeah, this is awesome. I'm definitely working longer than I planned, but it's all good because I got a lot done, making massive progress every day. So that's just how I'll stay. Everything looks good, it's committed. Just give me the prompt to push. All I have to do is just say push, but yes, There we go. Another day, another flow. So now you know. Part 2 of the phase 3, building up the personal brand system. It's all about systems. Business, systems in business, super important. You want to have systems for everything that you do. Not only so that it's being done right and you know how it's done right, but also in the future, you know, once you systematize a thing, then you can outsource it. And you want to make sure that when you outsource or hire somebody that they're using your exact system. Don't let people that you hire create their own systems to run things, because then it becomes dependent on them, or else if they leave, then you have to go and create a brand new system. And it will be way more difficult because everything will be set up in the way their system was. So yeah, make sure when you hire people that you create a system and that whoever you hire is running your exact system. So I think that is going to be it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say. Go ahead and like up the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe too, because I'm coming through with new information steady. So you know that's how it goes. Another day, another flow. So until next time, I'm out.